Respect. 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 A warm welcome and a lovely morning to you all viewers, wherever you're watching from. This is Kigali, the magnificent Gahanga Cricket Stadium. It is day one of the ICC Under-19 Men's World Cup Africa Qualifier Division 2. And together with me, the two teams, Team Rwanda up against Team Mozambique. And Team Rwanda being the home team, the captain Jasper will do the flip. And together with the tournament referee, Julia Chibaba. And please take the toss away. Tails is the call. Heads it is. Jasper, congratulations on winning the toss.
Okay, thank you.
What are you going to do first and why?
I'm gonna bat first because our team we have 6 batters in the squad in playing 11. Yeah, I think we want to set main runs.
And any sort of total that you think you can put up on board?
Yeah, we want to set 250 and above. Yeah.
And all the very best.
Okay, thank you.
Skipper, please come up. Did the toss work in your favor, sir?
Yeah, bowling first today.
And reason behind that?
Yeah, I don't understand.
And reason, a reason why you wanted to bowl first?
Yeah, because my team is very good in the ball first and the ball.
And all the very best, Skipper.
Thank you.
All right, you've heard it from the toss. Team Rwanda winning the toss and opting to bat first. We are back live in Kigali at the magnificent Gahanga Cricket Stadium. It is day one of the ICC Under 19 Men's World Cup Africa Qualifier Division 2, and we are live in Gahanga. And it is game number one, Rwanda up against Mozambique. And Rwanda, having won the toss and decided to bat first, Captain Jasper, very, very confident that we are very ready. Spoke about the runs that he thinks that the team can put up on board, and mentioning 250 will be to come in and later on. And Team Mozambique, having lost the team Team Mozambique having lost the toss, and obviously the toss working in their favor. They would love to bowl first in the first place. And Team Mozambique, Charles Manuel Mbebe, Armando Banze, Carlos Sergio, Cristiano Jose, Emerson Rita, Alberto Novella, Jose Julio Manjate, Manuel Eduardo, Quelido Anselmo Rodriguez, Serafim Carlos, Elididio Andres. That is Team Mozambique under 19 men's team. Rwanda men's team is Jasper Nziza, the captain, Bruce Mugisha Izere, Cedric Kizuzo, Elise Gihozo, Eric Hagenimana, Fabrice Kwizera, Gilbert Tangishaka, Jean-Paul Rukundo, Onesme Kwizera, Patrick Iradukunda, Samuel Irakoze, and Samuel Ndaishimie. Those will be the two squads for the two teams as Rwanda take on Mozambique at Gahanga. It is day one, and the umpires walking in. The umpires of the day will be Patrick Makumbi, all the way from Uganda, alongside David Odiambo, all the way from Nairobi, Kenya. And to open the batting for Team Rwanda, a round of applause from the dugout, from the two men walking in to bat. Left-hander Chizuzo Cedric alongside Kwizera Fabrice opening the batting for Team Rwanda. Again, the tournament being hosted in Kigali, Rwanda. Such a lovely, lovely thing to see, witnessing the future stars of cricket, and the 6 teams being Rwanda, Mozambique, Nigeria, Uganda, Ghana, as well as Sierra Leone. And all the teams getting into the field of play today. Rwanda up against Mozambique, Uganda up against Nigeria, Sierra Leone playing against Ghana in IPRC Kigali Cricket Ground. Team Mozambique looking very solid, This early morning, the sun is out in Kigali, yet to witness what is about to go on, what is about to happen here on day one, hoping to see great encounters of the day. And first ball up, the umpire calls play, and Cedric Chizuzo on strike. Cedric Chizuzo, very lucky enough to be witnessing what is going on. First ball up. Cedric Chizuzo trying to go after that particular delivery. He is that kind of a player who will never hesitate on going after bowlers. Exactly what I just talked about. Beautiful looking delivery. Not enough connection to get off the mark. And Cedric, he doesn't take long to get off the mark. Whether it is a longer version, whether it is 50 overs or T20, any version, he is ready from the word go. Third delivery coming up. And for sure, he's been waiting for that all day long. And Cedric gets off the mark in style with a boundary. Boundary number one for Cedric Chizuzo and boundary number one for Team Rwanda. And Team Rwanda opening the runs account by the opening batter, Cedric Chizuzo. Beautiful looking shot into the deep mid-wicket region for 4. Cedric not wasting time whatsoever. Beautiful looking shot. The placement looking beautifully executed through third man region for just a single. And Cedric Chizuzo knows it way better. Anything short and wide, anything short, he will take you on. It doesn't take long, as I said earlier on, as Kwizera Fabrice comes on strike. Left that one. And a round of applause from the dugout, as well as the fielding side. Very happy for what the bowler is doing at the moment. Last delivery coming up. And that will be Kwizera Fabrice for you. That will be him leaving 2 in 2. And to complete over number 1, 5 runs on board after 1 over. 49 more overs to come. And that is the Rwanda dugout. Looking very composed. Still very early. Yet to decide on what is going to happen. Will Rwanda get to 250 mark, as the captain said? Will they go past that? We can only wait and see. We can only wait and find out. Over number 2 coming up from the airport end. Cedric will be on strike. Beautifully done, beautifully driven. Straight to long off for just a single. Cedric making sure that he gets behind the ball. And I was very lucky to have watched Team Rwanda during their preparations for this particular tournament. First extra of the game, wide ball it will be. Having watched Team Rwanda during their preparations for this particular tournament, having seen Kwizera Fabrice, Cedric Kyuzuzo, what they can offer to the team and to the game of cricket, it is massive. Beautifully done. And that will be it going forward. It is 50 overs. Definitely you have got the whole day get stuck on the wicket all day long. Obviously that will be the way to go. Fabrice trying to get off the mark, but the fielders denies that really. No chance whatsoever. Fabrice yet to get off the mark as Carlos Seraphim denying anything, denying any run. Swings hard and misses. A swing and a miss from Kwizera Fabrice. And of course, way earlier to start playing such shots, in my own opinion. And the biggest question of the day will be, for how long can you do that? Yet to get off the mark is Fabrice. Tried so hard, played all kinds of shots, but the fielding team not allowing anything to go through their hands. But something good, because going forward, you've got to, you actually need this kind of momentum, this kind of start. Driven down the ground, that goes through the covers, and Fabrice gets off the mark as he registers his first international runs, and it took him 5 balls to score a run. And this is so good, because you've got to need this start. You've got to give yourself some time to be able to score some runs. Obviously, longer versions, you've got to stay. Over number 2 done. 8 runs on board. And Fabrice Kwizera will keep the strike. The Charles Michael Bebe, he is the captain, comes back to bowl. And bowling that line, that length to Fabrice Kwizera, that will always be the result. Kwizera not allowing himself to get tempted, and you've got to need that as you are playing 50 overs. Beautifully bowled, beautifully done. Kwizera Fabrice had to make sure nothing gets through, and that will be another dot ball. Kwizera Fabrice decides to go after that particular delivery. Yes, you've got to give yourself a chance to score some runs, but again, you've got to bear in mind that you will need a lot of time on the wicket. having played 5 deliveries, leaving just like that from the word go, now deciding to go after a delivery. Still very early to decide, but you've got to give yourself a chance in whatever you will be trying to do. Charles, very, very good going. And beautifully done, well executed. And the ball is racing all the way. And the ball wins the race for a boundary. Having tried so hard to go for a cut, this time around, way outside off stump, and cut away nicely through the gap. And the ball gets into the boundary. The batter's looking very composed, still very early in the inning. Allow the peel, and not a chance, because the umpire says should be the pads, and the umpire thinks otherwise, gives nothing to Team Mozambique. Fabrice Quizera trying to go for a flick, misses that. The ball touches the pads, and dot ball it will be to end over number 3. 12 runs on board for no loss. Over number 4 coming up from the airport end. Cedric decides to go after that. Such a lovely shot, but the fielder does a massive job. And Cedric sneaks in a single. Cedric Kizuzo not spending so much time on strike. Unlike goes up in the air, they should be taken. Oh, put down. It is put down. Fabrice Quizera being given a second life. Not patient enough. The connection wasn't there at all. Skied that one, easiest of the catches, but it was put down just into the extra cover. Look at that, trying to catch away from the body. And an opportunity went begging just like that. In 50 over cricket, you can never miss such an opportunity. Cedric trying to express himself. The question still remains, for how long can you do that? Cedric as an aggressor, of course, trying to maximize the power play, but still it is the 50 overs. Beautifully done. Edges that one, and it races all the way to the boundary. Still, Cedric making his presence felt. He is not wasting time at all. Look at that. Full, actually it was a full toss. Edged and runs all the way to the boundary. Cedric keeps going. Hits that one powerfully, but finds a fielder in the deep. who does a massive job as the batters picks up a double. And you could see Cedric not allowing anything in his zone go just like that. He's trying to go after everything. Beautifully done. Lovely stuff there from Cedric. Just making sure that he keeps the momentum going. He keeps the scoreboard ticking. Takes a single, and he will keep the strike in the very next over. Over number 5. 4 overs down, 21 for no. And of course, the captain will come back to ball over number 5. Pitched it short, and Cedric can only do that. He is very well known of that. Pitch it short, and you fetch is the statement. And Cedric registers another boundary on his name and on Team Rwanda, as the score moves to 25 for no. Such a lovely power play, yet to finish, but such a lovely start. Hits that one powerfully, and guess what? This one goes miles, and this will be a maximum, the first maximum of the day. Beautiful looking shot, left-handers shots, and good hands though, very good hands, and that flies over for a maximum. First one on Cedric's name and for Team Rwanda, as Cedric keeps the scoreboard ticking by all means. Back-to-back boundaries. Back-to-back boundaries for Cedric Chizozo and for Team Rwanda. Team Mozambique, the morale is still up. Third delivery coming. Hits hard. And again, this will be another maximum. And guess what? This is even further. Remember, this is a 50-over game. And that is a 16-year-old boy who is doing that, really. Balls are flying all over. And Cedric has said, I will take you on whatsoever. And he gets another boundary. And a beautiful looking shot. Immense power that he possesses. And for sure, that's what you would love to see in an under-19 young man. And Cedric making his presence felt all day long. And the captain, Manuel, trying to think about what kind of delivery will I bowl to Cedric, because 3 boundaries in a row. And hold on, because I've forgotten this one as well. 4 in a row, says Cedric. Locks back on the back foot, punches that one, and like a trace of a bullet, goes all the way to the boundary. 4 in a row, including a maximum. This will be a bowler's nightmare. In the cricketing world, this is a bowler's nightmare. 4 boundaries in a row, including a maximum. And not just boundaries, but from a very good shots. Beautiful looking shot again, punches that down the ground, finds the fielder at point, restricts Cedric for just a single. And Cedric will be the happiest man of the hour, as well as Team Rwanda, sending him in, allowing him to express himself, allowing Cedric to play his shots. And whichever version of cricket you're playing, that will be Cedric. Beautiful looking shot. And a single to end over number 5. The score reads 43 for no. Over number 6 coming up. And Kwizera Fabrice will be on strike. Beautifully done. And they'll be running hard for a double. And they complete a double. And again, something very good to see after Kwizera Fabrice having been dropped. You could see the momentum has shifted. It's trying to get a strike to Cedric. Beautifully done. Trying to just knock it around, maneuvering the field all through to allow Cedric to come on strike, try to get those boundaries and try to play his game. He is now on 35 of 15 deliveries. Swings and misses. Front foot. The front foot goes outside the line of the ball. Misses that one. And Carlos comes back to bowl his third over, having conceded 15, unlike the captain who went for 4 boundaries in the over. A run-out chance. A straight hit by the umpire nods his head. There is nothing. And Cedric trying so hard, allowing himself to score off any particular delivery coming his way. Kwizera will be on strike. Beautifully done, beautifully bowled. Such a lovely delivery. Just back of a length. Top of off, trying to give no room to Kwizera Fabrice. And that will be it to end over number 6. Kwizera Fabrice not looking to go after bowlers after being given a second life. Again, bearing in mind that it is a longer version. I need to stay by all means. The scoreboard is looking beautiful. And of course, going forward, you can only ask for one thing: just stay and get stuck in the crease. Because for as long as you get stuck, you get to score runs. The captain comes back, hits that one through the hands of the covers fielder. Should be a double. The throw wasn't quite accurate to restrict them to just a single. And you could see the intent is very clear from Cedric. He is going after everything. And for as long as you're watching the ball closely, for as long as you are trying to minimize risks. Too short, hit hard for another boundary. And look at that, the timing is immense. The power behind the shot. The ball races all the way in a flash for a boundary. The score moves to 53 as Rwanda gets into the 50s. And it is Cedric Kyuzuzo. The captain have been done so well at the toss, winning the toss and opting to bat first. That will be the second extra wide delivery. Of course, 3 teams will be promoted to Division 1 after this. Swings and misses. Again, still look at that front foot trying to get back to play the shot on the second attempt. The front foot going way outside the line of the ball. And guess what? This should be a maximum. And a flat 6. That is Cedric Kyuzuzo for you as he moves into 48 now on his name. 20 balls and 2 runs shying away from the very first half century of the tournament. And for sure, Cedric Kyuzuzo making his presence felt. This is Team Rwanda cruising. And let's see, can he get to his half century in style or in this particular over? And of course, Cedric having targeted the captain after smashing 4 boundaries in a row in the previous over, and now keeps going. That will be a wide delivery. Two more deliveries to complete over number 7. And Cedric trying to get off a strike. But again, still some time and give yourself a chance to keep going. And take a look at what Cedric is doing, maneuvering the field all through, because where he's hitting one boundary, he's not hitting there for the second time. Trying to take a look at the field set and maneuvering the field the way he pleases. And 7 overs done, 61 for no loss is Team Rwanda. The current run rate is at 8.7, as the projected score reads 436. Too short, but Kwizera Fabrice not, trying to minimize the risks going forward after being dropped. And of course, you've got to give yourself a chance. When you're given a second life, you've got to maximize on that. And whatever he's trying to do goes across the line, allow the appeal, but the umpire responds that nothing whatsoever. Beautifully bowled and very well done from Fabrice Kwizera. 3 dot balls in a row. Again, something that you would love to see is scoring from both ends. But again, Kwizera doing very good, doing so well that he allows the overs to keep going. He allows himself to spend some time on the wicket. Joins the party is Kwizera Fabrice, and this will race all the way to the boundary. And Cedric registers his second boundary. Pardon, Fabrice registers his second boundary as the score moves to 65. One more delivery to complete over number 8. Beautifully done. No harm whatsoever. 4 runs in the over. And 65 for no after 8. The captain goes on, and that will be a wide delivery. And of course, Cedric will be eyeing at that half century. And that will boost his morale as well as Team Rwanda's morale going forward. And at some point, you get to see players spending so much time trying to get to half century. Only 2 runs needed, but being so hard to get the 2 runs. But again, swings hard, misses, and of course, tying his shoelaces, giving himself some time to rethink, to re strategize, and keeps things going. Swings and misses, but It is still a wide delivery. Charles Manuel Mbebe, the skipper, going for 47 and bowling his 5th over. That will be a lot. Hits hard, and what a way to get to a half century. It will be Cedric Chiuzuzo. Look at that, the joy. Very lucky to be witnessing this. The dugout giving a standing ovation to the youngster. 25 ball half century, 5 fours and 4 sixes. 216 is the strike rate. Young man, rise and rise. It is Cedric Chiuzuzo. Beautiful looking shot. Look at that. The power behind the shot explains everything. Such a lovely comeback from the captain after being tonked, after being taken to the cleaners. 53 and bowling his 5th over is Charles Manuel Mbebe. Beautiful shot. Some footballing skills there. A run out opportunity, but the pickup, the return throw, not quite accurate into the hands of the bowler, and they will get a double. Can Cedric start over and now aiming higher? Now moving into the 3 figures. Can he get a century? That's the question to ask, but we can only find out later. But he has all that is required to get himself a century. Having gotten a half century, an international half century, off just 25 balls. And guess what? 216 is the strike rate. Beautifully done. And the keeper does a massive job. A loud call, a no from Kwizera Fabrice. As we get to the end of over number 9. $76 for no after 9 is what the scoreboard is reading. And Cedric being on 56 off 27, 14 off 26 is Fabrice Kwizera. A chance and another one put down. A full toss, a bad ball and not well maximized. That goes straight into the bowler's hands, and the bowler messes with that. Wide delivery. Carlos Seraphim not being that tight after dropping an easy catch. It wasn't hit hard. It was hit straight into his hands. Hits that one powerfully. And guess what? It finds the boundary. Fully pitched and well executed from Kwizera Fabrice. Look at that. Beautiful looking shot. Straight as an arrow and into the boundary. Now Team Rwanda into the 80s. 81 for no loss. And we are into the 10th over. And you would love to see how this partnership is going. Cedric being the aggressor and Fabrice making sure that he rotates even more. And when the ball comes into the zone, of course, he will take you on. He has that power behind the shots. Anything full, he will take you on. Cedric, beautifully done. And that is the awareness that you need all the way. Cedric being aware. And their communication is massive. Just look into the eye, and you know what I mean. Hits hard in the air, and another one is put down. And guess what? Dropping Chizuzo Cedric, who is on 56. Again, the catches that were dropped, I will not say they were half chances. They were easy opportunities that were given into the hands. 3 catches dropped now. Hits that one hard, powerfully down the ground. The fielder does beautifully in the dip. And they will settle for just a double. The dugout applauding for the 2 young men in the middle. And now 86 for no loss. 10th over running. Up in the air. Oh, good Lord. Another one is put down. The fielding keeps letting Mozambique down all through. Fabrice being dropped on the 3 times now. And decides to go just like that, leaving the ball, but it will be wide. The Mozambican under 19 men's team. And by all means, fielding should be up there, should be doing things for you in a 50 over game. And Fabrice will get a single to complete over number 10 as the score reads 88 for no loss. And such a lovely power play in a 50 over game. 88 for no loss. And the most important part is the wickets column. Having lost no wicket in 10 overs, 88 is a very good score to start from going forward. 440 is the projected score as the current run rate reads 8.8. And that is massive. Introduction of spin bowling. Hits that one into the covers. Emerson Rita comes into ball. Beautifully done, beautifully hit, because this was hit straight as an arrow. And Kwizera, having thought that that might have raced all the way to the boundary, didn't run that hard in the first place. They ran just a single. Emerson not getting his lengths right at the start. And guess what? Cedric will have to try and go after Emerson. But again, this is the time that you need to minimize risks. This is the time that you need to be patient enough to keep the proceedings going, because you would not love to lose your wicket this early after playing such a handy knock for the team. Just a back foot punch. And if you look at those hands of Cedric, that gives you a hint on what he can do, on what he offers to the team and to himself as well. Because it's not that he is overhitting the ball, but the power behind it gives a message. The quick hands of his, good hands, the wrist work, he does it beautifully, and that allows him to go on and score some runs for the team. What an over this is. The first time that we have seen an over like this. 2 runs of this, Emerson's over, and 90 runs for no loss after 11. New bowler into the attack. Cedric pushing for 2. And for sure, they'll get 2. Cedric having given just 1 chance, and it was put down. The rest, he had earned his half century for sure. A chanceless half century. Up in the air, and this should be taken, and for sure it will be taken this time round. And Team Rwanda shades the first blood, and it is Cedric Chizuzo who perishes. The aggressor of the team goes. And a standing ovation to the dugout, as well as a round of applause from the people at Gahanga. Look at that. Losing the shape, gets off the line of the ball, skies that one. And that will be the end of Cedric Chizuzo. And guess what? This time round, it is the captain. And Manuel Eduardo Mbebe Jr. comes in to bowl. An off spinner, Eduardo, gets a breakthrough that Mozambicans needed. I mean, the breakthrough that they needed from the word go. And this was it, 92 for 1. Now 12th over running. And again, shot number 70 is the captain, Jaspanziza Karoro. He is one of those players who will kind of play like Cedric. He is an aggressor. And again, he can give himself some time on the wicket, see how things are going. And again, we can only wait and see what happens. And look at that. Without wasting much of his time, beautiful looking shot over covers. And boundary it is. What a way to get off the mark by the captain himself. For boundary, I mean, a boundary, 4 runs it is on his name. Look at that, way outside off stump. Very good hands, reaches, and muscles that into the boundary. Jaspanziza announcing himself after just facing 2 deliveries. And Fabrice Quizela will be the partner on the other side. You could see the intent even before he plays that defensive shot. Last delivery to complete over number 12. Swings hard. They will come back for a double. And those will be more extras, buys. And to end over number 12, 98 for 1. Wide delivery. Emerson comes back from the pavilion end. Trying to push that one down the ground for a single. Extras and more extras. And now, and Team Rwanda gets into the 3 figures now. 100 up for the loss of 1. Up in the air, but The ball lands safely. Should be easy double. Jasper runs very hard trying to see if he can get back for the third. Settle for just a double. Emerson trying to ball it way outside of stump. And beautifully done. Both the bowler and the batter. Fully pitched, driven down the ground, finding the fielder in the deep. Fumbles, and Jasper can only do that. Jasper runs quickly, touch and back for the second. And that is beautifully done. And of course, it is the 50 overs, and it is the ICC Under 19 Men's Cricket World Cup Africa Qualifier Division 2. It is Mozambique Under 19 against Rwanda Under 19. Rwanda, during their preparations, having played some games with the emerging side, having played 7 games, 750 over games, and Rwanda only managed to win 3 games. And that is the under 19 women's national team. Again, them in the camp preparing for the upcoming ICC Under 19 Women's Cricket World Cup Africa qualifier in Dar es Salaam later this month. And of course, pitching up to support their brothers. And something that you would love to see going forward. A run out opportunity, not taken. Jasper Nziza trusts himself with that. But in a 50 over game, anything that you can do that will give you runs, of course, you've got to be aware. The awareness should be at its best for you to keep sneaking in some runs by all means. Another wide delivery. Slowish delivery. Hits that one, and look at the work in the middle. Don't move short. Pierces that through the gap. Look at that. It was going to be a wide, but Kwizera Fabrice said he can't allow that. Punches that for a boundary. Very well done by Eduardo Mbebe Jr. After that boundary, now gets back with 3 dot balls in a row. Kwizera Cedric. Pardon, it's Kwizera Fabrice. I'll still think about Cedric's inning earlier on, but Cedric had gone way earlier. Fabrice now, Kwizera will be the man in with Jasper Nziza Karoro, the captain. 110 for 1 after 14. Fabrice Kwizera locks on the back foot, and this should be a double. A run out opportunity, and very, very sloppy by the fielders. The backup, it wasn't well done, and allows the batters to go for a double. Beautiful looking shot, straight to the fielder in the deep at a long off for just a single. It is Jasper who is striking at exactly 100, and Fabrice Kwizera, who had spent some time in there. Beautiful looking shot, intended gap finding, and the ball races all the way to the boundary. And take a look at that placement. Itself means a lot. Look at that, knowing where to place the ball and where to get runs from. And for sure, no doubt that was a boundary. 117. Trying to go for more, but dot ball it will be. Beautifully done, and ends the over with a dot ball. 15 overs done, 117 for 1. Cuts that one powerfully is Jasper Nziza. But again, very sloppy by the fielder at point, and gives away 2 runs to Jasper Nziza as he comes back on strike. And Team Rwanda, during their preparations, yes, they've been doing so well. But again, not this match, because their highest total in those 7 games with the emerging side, it was 100, and hits that one hard down the ground. Would that found a boundary? And yes, the ball finds the rope. Jasper swings hard and gets a boundary on his name, and for Team Rwanda. Now into the 120s. Too short to be hit, and that will be a double. Not really. The fielder in the deep does so well to restrict them to just a single. And it was a loose ball. Too short. And Jasper will have arrived just like yesterday. A single will be taken. And the way these two gentlemen are going after things after the innings, and the way they are going about the business means a lot to themselves and Team Rwanda. If that has gone through, that was going to be a boundary. The fielder, shot number 25, does it so well. And that will be it. 16 overs done, 126 for 1. 188 was the score, was the highest total during their preparations against the emerging side. And with the look of things now, 126 inside 20 overs, this gives you a hint on where Team Rwanda might finish. And it was beautifully done by Jasper. Picks up a double. And of course, you will have to watch out for the Team Rwanda batting lineup with the likes of Onesme. Hit hard, timing sprim, and that is dispatched for a maximum. Jasper Nziza going so well about the business. And that will be Jasper for you. That quick hands, the downswing. Trying to go for a cut. The fielder does so well, not allowing anything to Jasper Nziza's name. And Jasper, shares something in common with Cedric Cuzuzo, the aggressive intent. And if you look at all the shots that Jasper Nziza has played, there is gap findings, but again, the power behind the shots is beautifully, it is beautiful to allow him to get some runs on board. Hit hard down the ground and beautifully done by the fielders in the dip. Very, very well done as they restrict Team Rwanda to just a double. And at the end of over number 17, the umpire calls for drinks and will be back shortly after the drinks break. After 17 overs, 137 for 1 is Team Rwanda. Too short. And the ball finds extra cover fielder. It was a bit full, and Jasper trying to take that on. You could see the intent from the execution of that delivery. Tossed up, hits that one hard, and beautifully placed, beautifully done. And that finds a boundary is Kwizera Fabrice, who moves into the 40s now. And with the way that he is playing, he is a half-century candidate as well as a century candidate, because he's giving himself a lot of time to settle. He has been there for so long. He has been there for 17 overs. For sure, that gives you the opportunity. A slight edge, and the finger is up. Look at the celebrations from the Mozambicans. And another one bites the dust for Rwanda. The keeper takes that one on the second attempt. And Kwizera Fabrice will have to depart. 141 for 2 after 17.3 overs. Will that be a commentator's curse? Because after mentioning about the approach that he is using, the way he was going about the business was allowing him to go on and register a half century on his name. But the very next ball, that was it. And Onesme Kwizera will be the man in. And Onesme Kwizera, of course, will be right there in the middle with the captain, Jasper Nziza Karoro. Into the 140s. And Rwanda cruising, as the skipper mentioned, 250 will be the target. Hits that one powerfully. And the ball races all the way to the boundary. And what a way to get off the mark by Onesme Kwizera. Beautiful looking shot. Hits that one straight on the side screen for a boundary. Beautifully done. And to end over number 18, the score reads 145 for 2. Beautifully done by the captain. And such a good throw from the deep. Good arm. Jasper Nziza, Onesme Kwizera, the two having been on the under-19 2024, on the under-19 team that traveled to Dar es Salaam for the ICC Africa Qualifier Division 2, where Rwanda didn't manage to qualify. Jasper Nziza, Onesme Kwizera, there is Jules, there is Patrick Iradukunda. About 5 players who are on the 2024 under-19 team that went for the qualifiers in Tanzania. And of course, we'll be eyeing at beautifully hit, just a bullet, like a trace of a bullet, and that goes all the way to the boundary. That is the captain himself, Jasper Nziza. Gets a boundary, and that was fully pitched, and you can only do that. Very busy fielder at long off, has done a massive job from the start. And on the other side, ground B, Gahanga B, Nigeria taking on Uganda. And Uganda having won the toss and opted to field first. Nigeria 50 for 6 in 15.3 overs. The bowler trying to buy wickets here, tossing the ball up in the air. Jasper, the timing wasn't there. But again, on those particular deliveries, you've got to be aware of what is coming. And dot ball it will be. Of course, the batters will have to play safe because it is a 50 over game. You've got to give yourself to the team. You've got to spend some time in the middle. Hit hard and beautifully done. Such a lovely stroke from the young man. Shot number 18. Onesme Kwizera gets another boundary. And again, the field placement will come in as well. The field placement playing a massive role in these runs, these boundaries that are leaking. Having a long off, cow corner, hit hard up in the air. Will this be a chance? Not really. No effort whatsoever. Onesme Kwizera have given up already. But like they say, it is not over until it's over. He had given up already, but given a second life. Again, another opportunity. Oh my goodness. Again, the fielder runs with the ball outside the rope. A boundary on Jasper's name. More and more chances being given. Look at that. Easiest of the catches. You are in the right position, but the timing, not timing it perfectly, and the ball bounces just over his head inside the rope, and the ball rolls and gets into the boundary. 20 overs done. $164 for 2. What a shot that is. He's Onesme Kwizera joins the party. Look at that. Beautiful looking shot. Everything perfect. Look at the shape. Hits that through the line and gets a boundary on the very first delivery of over number 21. Beautifully done. Again, for as long as you can be getting boundaries, you've got to bear in mind that you still have some time. You still have 30 more overs to bat. Beautifully done. Hit straight. And we'll get nothing out of that. Too short. And Onesme's patience is being tested. That how long can you play defensive? Banging it short, but Onesme still knowing his responsibilities and what he has to offer to the team. He has to be very patient enough to stay in for some time. Another single. The two batters looking very composed, getting singles as they please, as well as boundaries. Too short, hits that one hard. And talking about the fielding positions, having two mid-wicket fielders very close to each other, and right behind them there is a long on, and for sure not so many balls that they had stopped, but yeah, that is the way. Team Rwanda, after 21 overs, 171 for 2. And that was beautifully done. Can they get back for the second? Again, it's the fielding. 50 overs, you've got to be at your best with the fielding. Slight edge, and the ball is racing all the way, and the ball wins the race. The ball wins the race, and it runs all the way to the boundary. 4 more runs as Jasper Nziza runs to 48 and 2 runs shying away from his first half century in this tournament. Will he take time like Cedric? I'm not very sure. Two more deliveries to come. The use of the feet, coming down the ground, gets a single, moves to 49. And Onesme Kwizera actually every batter who had come in had given a chance, given an opportunity of a catch, but it was put down. People have come out to Gahanga to watch some games. Some of the national team players, the women's national team, have pitched up to support their young brothers on their run for. Beautifully done, and what a way to get to a half century in style with a boundary. Jasper Nziza Karoro, the captain, registers his first half century in style to make it the second half century for Team Rwanda. Cedric, and this time round, the captain, Jasper. And this should be back-to-back boundaries. And cruising. Jasper Nziza is cruising big time. And now Team Rwanda 185 for 2. The ball is not turning that much. The ball is coming nicely onto the bat. Of course, the batters will be enjoying the whole day. As long as you're doing the right things, as long as you're making sure that you're in line, then you are good to go. And something in common with Cedric and Jasper as well, getting to the half century, Cedric had to hit a maximum, and this time round, Jasper had to hit a boundary to get to his first half century. 57 now of 36 balls, and their strike rates are immense because they've done so well. They're striking the ball so well that it allows them to be where they are now at the moment. What a shot that is. And the busiest fielder, shot number 27, not allowing them to get back for the second. And 187 for 2 after 23 overs. Emerson gets back. Beautifully done. And the awareness from the captain. Something very good. Seeing youngsters being aware of what is really, really happening. Jasper Nziza, very switched on. And now on 58 of 37. And counting goes, oh my goodness, very sloppy in the deep. Jasper knowing that this should be just a single. And the fielder in the deep at cow corner region gives Jasper Nziza another single as he gets back on strike. Too short, punches that one down the ground and finds the fielder in the deep for just a single. Beautifully done. And this is what you would love to see from the future stars of the game, with the way they are going about the business. Gives a message to whoever has showed up, whoever has pitched up to support them. What a shot that is. Swept away. And that is Onesme for you. Gets down on one knee, sweeps that, and that runs all the way to the boundary. As now Team Rwanda cruises into the 200 mark. Jasper Nziza alongside Onesme Kwizera being at their best, making sure that they give Team Rwanda a very good total on board. For how long can they do this, really? Beautifully done. I think this should be the captain coming back to ball. The captain comes back to ball after being taken to the cleaners by Cedric, conceding 56 runs, and now bowling from the pavilion end. Slight age, and that will be a single from the captain himself, who has already gotten into the 60s. The captain, can he do anything different? Onesme Kwizera, very solid, very composed. 22 off 20 is what he managed to contribute to Team Rwanda's runs so far. with that presentation of the full face. Of course, he will be looking to stay for long. It is Onesme Kwizera. Both of them have been part of the team that played the previous qualifier. And among the 6 teams that are right here in Kigali, 3 teams will be looking forward to get their qualification to Division 1. And beautifully done. And Division 1, of course, with the likes of Kenya, Namibia, alongside Tanzania, will be waiting for 3 more teams from Division 2 who will be competing in Division 1 for that one spot at the World Cup. And of course, for Team Rwanda playing from home, that will be an added advantage, because if you look at Jasper Nziza's batting, Onesme Kwizera, they know very well that it's very rare to see a spinner turning the ball on this particular strip, on this particular pitch. With the ball coming nicely onto the bat, obviously that gives a chance to the batters. And look at that beautiful looking shot. What a shot that is. And that will be a boundary on Nesme's name. And 200 up. 200 up for Team Rwanda. Cedric Chizuzo Kwizera Fabrice Onesme Kwizera, as well as Jasper Nziza Karoro, have been contributing massively for Team Rwanda to get to 200 mark. As I mentioned earlier, 188 for 10 in 38.5 overs was the highest during their preparations. And now, having surpassed their highest total, now into the 200 mark. And guess what? Inside 30 overs. 25 more overs to come. How far can Team Rwanda go? Can they keep going into the 300 and go past that? And of course, they should be able to give themselves a chance. They should be able to put something on board that they will come in and fight as they defend that. Beautifully done. Knowing what is at stake, knowing the time that they have got left. Comes down the ground, swings and misses, is Onesme Kwizera. Manuel Eduardo Mbembe Jr., having picked the 2 wickets that Rwanda had lost, having gone for plenty. 57. And 4 dot balls in a row, with the first ball going for a boundary, a slight edge, and a healthy one, because they will get back for the second. And that is Onesme Kwizera, who is cruising into the 30s. And after 26 overs, the score reads 203 for 2. The captain comes back. It will be a wide delivery. Captain comes back to bowl after bowling 6 overs, having conceded 59 wicketless so far, with an economy of 9.8, as well as Manuel Eduardo, who went for 59 as well, picked up 2 wickets and had bowled 8 overs. A single will be taken. He is the captain, who is on 63 of 43 deliveries. And looking at the 2 gentlemen batting in the middle, the 2 having grown from Gahanga Hub, with Jasper and Onesme starting their careers, their cricket here in Gahanga, as well as this ground. They are always at the ground. They are always trying so hard to push. All of them have earned themselves a century in the 50 over format. Beautifully played. The placement is massive. And such a lovely shot that is. Just knowing what is coming and knowing where to place that particular ball is what makes the difference. And Jasper into the 30s now, 33 of 30. After Onesme Kwizera scored a century in the provincial league, as well as Jasper in the provincial league, that gives you a hint on what they can offer, because this can't be their very first time. Beautiful looking shot, massive, and the fielding in the dip, beautifully done. So both of them having an idea of what playing 50 overs requires. Of course, it is a very good test of a skill, a very good taste of patience, a very good taste of resilience, and of course, you've got to be at your best. in terms, I mean, skill-wise, and trying to know how you go about the innings. And it is all about the mindset. It is all about what are you thinking with what are you going to do. With now the two batters, they are all aware of what is at stake. With Rwanda having played Division 1, with Rwanda having played in Division 1 in 2021, actually 2021 is when Rwanda managed to qualify for Division 1, and it was done once, and that was when Team Uganda qualified for the Under-19 World Cup in the West Indies. Can Rwanda now rewrite history and qualify for Division 1? We can only wait and find out on the 16th of August. Mozambique again chasing the dream. Nigeria, Ghana, Sierra Leone. Comes down the ground, trying to go after that, misses everything. With only Nigeria and Team Uganda who had managed to play at the World Cup. Which other country, which other nation that will be able to go into Division 1 and of course fight for that spot at the World Cup? Alberto Novella comes into ball, having conceded none in 4 deliveries, with 2 more deliveries to come. How well can he finish the first over? It was driven down the ground, finding the fielder at long off, who does the fielding. Just a single from that, with 1 more delivery. With 1 more delivery to complete over number 28. Up in the air, and the catch is taken. Onesme Kwizera will have to depart. Tries to go for a cut. Hits that one square and finds a point fielder, and the ball was stuck into the hands. Shot number 18 will have to depart after scoring 35 of 33 deliveries. And the score will read 214 for 3 after 28 overs. new bowler being introduced into the attack, Carlos Sergio, comes into the attack from the pavilion end. That was perfectly done, beautifully done. And it was dispatched. It was a full toss, and Jasper can only do that. Maximizations of the loose balls. Not the best of the welcome that you can get when you get introduced into the bowling attack. Slight edge finds the fielder at third man region, and Jasper will get a single from that as Samuel Irakoze coming in after Onesme, and Samuel will also have to contribute because everyone who had tried to get in had tried to contribute to the team's total. How well can he go about that, really? Jasper into the 70s. Beautiful looking shot. And the biggest thing for me will be how the youngsters are adapting to the situations. They're adapting themselves. Hit hard, should be a boundary, and of course it will be. Jasper Nziza, beautiful looking shot. Straight as an arrow. And with the power he possesses, of course, that will run all the way to the boundary. 224 for 3 after 29 overs. Oh my goodness. This was the easiest of the runouts that you can get. Samuel Irakoze. Miscommunication between the two. But I think he had slipped a little bit. And just that he had called a yes, he had to keep going. But lucky enough, good enough for him, he had to get back. Beautiful looking shot. Look at that. Look at the placement itself. Knowing where the gaps are, understanding where the gaps are, and the beauty of Gahanga is if you get to place beautifully, the outfield will do the rest. The outfield looks dry. It looks quick. The ball travels quickly. So all you need to do is just time the ball, place the ball, and the outfield does the rest. Oh my goodness. Oh, good Lord. On the second attempt, He was right there. He had done so well in the first place. The ball lands into the hands of the bowler himself. The ball jumps, trying to take the ball on the second attempt, and puts that one down. Beautiful, beautiful stuff there in the middle. Good running from the two. And every batter who had come in had given a chance. And that was the effort from the bowler who had to field from his own bowling. That's the best you can do. And dispatches that into the boundary. It is a loose ball. And again, extras. This time round in form of no ball. Samuel Irakoze will have to maximize on that, really. Being given a loose ball, of course, with his height, you can only expect that. Free hit. Wide ball it will be. And free hit stands. Will Samuel maximize on that? Being a wide doesn't take away the free hit. It still stands. Good effort there from Samuel, trying to come back for the second, and arrives safely, right on time. The awareness of miscommunication again, and the throw went the other way around. Not the best of the throws that can give you a chance of a run out, really. "30 overs done, and the score reads 239 for 3. And the captain will have to come back into the bowling attack. The covers fielder putting in so much effort to not allow the Rwandans to sneak in more and more runs. After bowling 7 overs, that went for 67. The skipper comes back to bowl. Samuel Irakoze will be on strike. And it was beautifully done. And I still think, I mean, maybe later on spinners will try to come in, but spinners will be very handy going forward. Samuel does it nicely. And Jasper Nziza, 74 of 53. How long can they go on? How long can they keep doing that? The captain, 4 dot balls in a row. Very good running. In the end, single was taken. And what a shot that is. Samuel Irakoze representing Rubavu district. All the way from the western part of Rwanda, and making sure that he contributes. And of course, being at home, the coaches at your hub watching you play is an immense joy. It's straight into the bowler's hands to end over number 31, 241 for 3. Alberto Novella comes back to bowl. Having picked up 1 wicket, and that catch at point for Onesme Kwizera. Irakoze Samuel. trying to go through the covers. The ball goes straight at long off for just a single. Driven down the ground, and the awareness of knowing where the ball is, not turning blindly, but running fast, run fast to wait for the opportunity for the second. Picks up a single, is Jasper. Not well muscled, but allows himself to get a single. Again, Jasper Nziza. So far, being the highest score in the tournament, still unbeaten, and he has all the chances of keep things going. Into the block hole. Dot ball it will be, and to end over number 32. 244 for 3, with 18 more overs to come. How far can Team Rwanda go? Are we going to see 300 mark for Team Rwanda? Can Mozambicans turn things around? Can they turn the tables around? Carlos Seraphim comes in, and 2 dot balls in a row. For as long as you can be playing defensively, you also need it. As we said, 50 overs is a taste of skill. And for sure, going forward, again, Samuel Irakoze. Such a lovely shot towards a fine leg, and gets a single. Carlos being very economical in this particular over, with one more delivery to complete over number 33. And just Panziza, how well can he close off this over? Carlos running in. Just like that is how Jasper decides to end the over with a boundary. Another one on his name, and for Team Rwanda, 249 for 3 after 33 overs. The captain had the toss, mentioning that they would love to put 250 on board in their 50 overs. And take a look at that. The runs column, the wickets column, and the overs column as well. 17 more overs to come, and they had already gotten to the target. 249 for 3 after 33 overs. Very good shot. Well intended shot by Samuel Irakoze. Gets a single. And Jasper is not stopping anytime soon because he gets another boundary and moves into the 80s now with 17 more runs away from his century. And the biggest part of it is now the strike rate. Look at the strike rate, 83 of 58. How far can Jasper go? Now Team Rwanda go past their total. 254 for 3. And on the other side, Samuel Irakoze, 19 of 24. The two batters, the scores are coming mainly from Jasper's end, but still it is going on very, very well because you do not want to see two aggressive batters in the crease. Having Jasper in as an aggressor and Samuel who will be in there to rotate the strike, get some boundaries in wherever, and that will contribute massively. Beautifully done. And this should be a single. Beautifully done. And Alberto Novella not being very consistent with lines and lengths, because that is the key to playing 50 overs when you are bowling. How consistent are you with the lines? Cleanse him over. And Just Panziza will have to depart. 84 of 61. Just Panziza not allowing himself to go on and on. He should have done even better. Had all the opportunities to go on into the three figures, but decides to depart. And a standing ovation from the dugout, as well as people who have pitched up to watch Team Rwanda play. 255 for 4 after 33.5 overs. And Hatangimana Eric, pardon, Hagenimana Eric gets off the mark with a double. Pardon, it wasn't Eric, it was Samuel who gave Eric a strike. Carlos and dot balls having conceded 39. And how far can Eric and Samuel go? Because there is still plenty of time. 15.4 overs to come. As a healthy inside edge, and the ball will have to win the race, I think. The umpires yet to confirm if it's a boundary or a double. And it is a boundary. Eric Hagenimana gets off the mark with a boundary on his name. And the score moves into the 260s. hit powerfully down the ground. The busiest fielder of the day still runs around to collect that. And that gives a chance to Samuel to get back on strike. And the biggest thing will be now Cedric is no longer there. Jasper Onesme as well. That will give the opportunity to whoever comes in, and it will allow them to have a thought about how they need to go about the business. Beautifully done. And I was actually going to talk about this. If boundaries will not be coming just as they please, like Jasper did, or Nesme did, Cedric and Quizera, if boundaries not come just like that, how are you going to go about things? How are you going to adjust? And the adjustment will be now spend some time on the wicket. The rotation of the strike will be very handy going forward. And Samuel, who is on 22 of 28, will be given the strike in the next over. 35 overs done, 264 for 4. Not sure if I played that. Leg buys it will be. Shot number 46, Eric Hagenimana, yet to get himself into the groove. And whenever and wherever there is an opportunity for runs, of course, you've got to take the chance and see how it goes. Mostly when the run rate starts to get lower and lower. In terms of runs column, wickets column, Rwanda doing so well. It's now a matter of keeping things going. Still so many of us to come. Still some batters still lagging behind, with the likes of Bruce Izere, as well as Igihozo Elise, the vice captain. And of course, they will have to come in and be very, very useful at the end. Samuel will have to get off strike, gets a single from that with one more delivery to complete over number 36. And 36 overs done, 268 for 4. The placement looks beautiful from the young man Samuel Irakoze. 24 of 32, going very, very well. Allow the peel. The umpire nodding his head, not interested at all, is Eric Hagenimana. Trying to go through the line, but the connection is not there. But still, you still have some time. You don't need to try a lot. Swings and misses. Good enough going behind the ball. It's just that the connection, he can't hit the ball that hard. Some footballing skills here. Not allowing anything to go through their hands. Is the Mozambicans, the fielders. And again, the left and right combination again plays a big part. Beautiful looking shot, but finds the fielder in the dip. Goes down on one knee, hits that one, finds the fielder for just a single. And what hurts even more is these singles that come in here and there. At times when someone is hitting boundaries, can hit one boundary, get 5 dots. But when the strike rotation is working, then the batting side will be the ones who, the effectiveness of the strike rotation will be very handy going forward. Mr. Charles Haba, with Charles as well. Mr. Charles Haba, the pioneer of Rwanda cricket, has also turned up in support of the youngsters in the making. And of course, that's the beauty of playing from home. You look around, you see your brothers and sisters. You look around, you see your parents. You look around, you see people like Charles and whoever has turned up to support. That is massive. Hits that one through the gap. Would that be a boundary? Not really. The fielder in the deep does so well. Saves 2 runs for the team. Trying to go for a pull. Those will be leg boys. And Nigeria under 19s, they had recovered beautifully from 50 for 6. Now they are at 134 for 6 in 36.4 overs. And having Kenneth Boniface hitting a half century on 71 now of 88 balls. Should be 140 now for 6 is Nigeria. With Ghana having sent in to bat and are now 168 for 4 in 36 overs. Of course, runs are there. The wickets has runs. That simply means whoever is doing the right things will go home victorious today. Full toss. It was hit in the gap. They'll have to come back for the second. And they get a double. Having gotten 8 runs in 4 balls, this is very, very good. Because at least boundaries are no longer coming easily. But at least you've got to use the opportunity that you have. That is running in between the wickets. Trying to access deep mid wicket. The connection allowed him to play it at a mid off. Again, that brings me back to the field setting. Is the field set allowing you to stop those singles, to cut those singles? Because boundaries are not coming, but still the batters are pushing hard, and they're finding ways to score runs, and that is running hard and maneuvering the field to keep the scoreboard ticking. And now, as a fielding unit, what are you going to do? Because among them, no one is trying to go over the fielders. They're trying to just hit down the ground, and they take any chance that comes their way. Now, how do you stop those, more of those? They're having four fielders outside the inner ring, an edge, a slight edge. They'll go for a single. But again, the field set plays a big part when you also have a disciplined bowling attack. And when the fielders, pardon, when bowlers are bowling proper lines, when they are a bit consistent with their lines, then you are good to go. Because by then you might set a field depending on what you, the bowler, are bowling. Of which I feel that's the reason why they've given so many chances away, dropped so many catches, hits that one down the ground, finds the fielder, the covers fielder, who is just closer to the bowler. Not sure if it's covers or silly mid off, and now having another fielder in the deep. Not sure what they are really trying to do, but again, that's where Quizera Fabrice has gotten more of his runs, trying to use the field set and sneak in some boundaries. Too short, hit hard, one bounce. Oh, very sloppy. Very sloppy in the deep. The, the busiest fielder now making a mess of that one and allows the ball to go for a boundary. Much needed boundary for Team Rwanda and from Samuel Irakoze, who now goes into the 30s. 287 for 4 after 39 overs, and now with 11 more overs to come. Rwanda is cruising into the 300 mark. Can they get there? And how far can they go? Novella comes back to ball, hits that one hard. There is a fielder in the deep who does the fielding. And one run it will be. Into the block hole. And Irakoze Samuel had to survive. Beautiful looking delivery. Now 40th over running. After that, 5 fielders will be allowed outside the inner ring. But still, the boundaries have dried up. Beautiful looking shot. And what an effort in the deep. Still decides to keep being that busy down the leg, and Samuel Irakoze had to dispatch that one. And unfortunately, the fielding team, the fielders, still trying to save some boundaries for the team. But now the singles, so many singles are being taken. An edge, and allows them to go for just a single. Novella, having conceded 39 runs, picked up 2 wickets. And the score moves to 288 for 4. And the score should be the highest that Rwanda under 19 men's have ever scored. Beautifully done. And that will be a boundary on Samuel Irakoze's name. Nicely done. And the score moves to 292, cruising into the 300 mark. And Samuel as well cruising now 35 on his name. And he has done a massive job for the team. Just staying in. Two wides now. The extras have been a bit more. Just 4 runs away from the 300 mark. And such a lovely start from the batting department of Team Rwanda. Yet to see the response in the afternoon at the run chase by the Mozambicans. Should be a double. The batters not looking to stop anytime soon, as in the running. They have maintained the running in between, and this has contributed massively until this point, until this stage of the game. After 40 overs, the score reads 298 for 4. What a hit. And that goes all the way to the boundary with that use of the feet to get closer to the ball, and it dispatches that one. It will be another boundary. Look at that. Beautifully done. And into that empty territory for a boundary. 300 mark. 300 up for Team Rwanda. The placement is looking beautiful. That goes to the boundary as well. 2 in the over. And is Samuel Irakoze. As we talked about it way earlier, it is just the placement, the timing, and the outfield does the rest. And the projected score reads 376. Can Team Rwanda get there with 2 more deliveries to complete over number 41? Too short. It was there for the taking for sure. And Irakoze Samuel, only 6 runs shying away from his half century. You could see running that quickly in the middle. That shows you the fitness levels. The fitness levels are up there. Getting to this particular stage of the game when you still can run twos, can run threes. Because what you need at the end of the day is giving your team a fighting total on board. And 300 in 50 overs, and in under 19 levels, at under 19 level, you have done a massive job for your team. Can Samuel get to his half century? Whoever got into the 40s have gotten a half century. Let's see how now Samuel decides to go about the business. The awareness, the intent is very, very clear. Trying so hard to steal runs in front of the fielders. And that requires the skill, the understanding of the situation. And for sure, they need more and more of those. Through the gap, through the covers, the ball is racing away. And good effort in the end. The first 3 runs in the innings. And still, the intent looks very clear. You've got to run for sure. You've got to give yourself a chance. Boundaries are no longer there that easy. You've got to run. And take a look at that. And that is the joy. A boy from the western part of Rwanda, Rubavu district. I'm very sure the people of Rubavu, the people of Gisenyi near Lake Kivu should be very proud of the youngster that he is becoming. Throwing away the bat, that is the joy. Look at that, beautiful. The dugout giving him a standing ovation. And he's not stopping anytime soon because he gets another boundary on his name. And for sure, he had started and he's not stopping. Back-to-back boundaries and 3 half centuries. And that is a proper batting. Comes down the wicket, swings and misses. And of course, the keeper standing way far, and that will not allow the keeper to stump anyone. And after 41 overs, the score reads 319. Pardon, it's 42 overs. 319 is what the scoreboard is reading. The batters making use of the mistakes done by the fielding team, drops and runs, but again later on the overthrows, the pressure from the batters to the fielding side. Up in the air, will this be a boundary? The ball is racing away, and this should be a double. 2 runs will be taken. And now the batters now are trying to step on the gear, trying to accelerate. It's into the last 8 overs. How now are they going to go about the business? Of course, having that's hit up in the air. Not interested in the second. Looking very tired. But again, you've got to give yourself an opportunity. It's 50 overs. That you've got to be ready for whatever comes your way. Now the captain. Oh, good Lord. My goodness. The innovation. Look at that beautiful looking shot. The deal scoop shot. And it is Samuel Irakoze who owned the show. He's owning the show. He's making his presence felt at Gahanga International Cricket Stadium. And beautifully done. It is actually the understanding of what is really, really needed with what you can do, with what you are capable of. The captain, Charles Manuel Mbebe, had been taken to the cleaners. He had been taken to the cleaners from the start. Now 78 runs is what he conceded, and let's see, let's wait and see how he decides to finish his spell. Down the ground, finds the long on fielder. Samuel wants to keep the strike. Not a bad thing at all. But the two have played a very beautiful innings so far. And 43 overs done, 329 for 4. And Samuel Irakoze continues to do his things. And with the look of things, he is a proper 50 over player. The way he's maneuvering the field, the way he's trying so hard to get that single in is massive. Now, Eric Hagenimana swings and misses. Hits hard and hard enough to find a boundary. It is another boundary. And Eric decides to join the party now into the 30s. Look at that. A bit fuller. Goes across the line. The connection was enough to get a boundary. Oh, pardon, Eric Hagenimana yet to get into the 30s. 27 now on his name. Hitting that down the ground, finding a fielder in the deep, and they will allow themselves to get back for the second. And What a shot that is. The placement, leaning forward into the stroke and guides that one into the boundary. Beautiful looking shot. And 340 for Team Rwanda with one more delivery to complete over number 44. And Rwanda talked about their highest total during their preparations against emerging side, 188. This time around, they decided to double that. The ball was there for the taking, the power behind, and the placement wasn't quite enough. And 44 was done at 341 for 4. That's up in the air, but in the vacant area. And they will be looking forward to come back for the second. And they pick up a double. Eric having been struggled to connect the ball perfectly, but still, whatever he connects stays connected. One shot run, hit hard, and that's the best that he can do. Straight as an arrow into the boundary. Eric Hagenimana again joining the party. He was left behind. He was left behind few overs ago. But now look at where now he is. 39 of 30. Cleans him over. Clean ball is Eric Hagenimana after hitting that boundary. Now the next ball is the Timbers are scattered. But the approach into the last overs, going across the line into the last overs, the only thing you can do is trying to step on the gear, accelerate. And it is something that they've been doing so well with Samuel Irakoze. And this time around, Eric will have to depart. 346 for 5 after 44.3 overs. misses and misses everything. The keeper gets beaten as well. 5 byes. Look at that. Boundary it will be, but now this time around in form of byes. 350 up for Team Rwanda. And now Team Rwanda cruising. And take a look at that. The projected score is reading 392. And from the look of things, is 400 possible for Team Rwanda. Gihozo Elise joining Samuel Irakoze, who is on 60. He is very, very set. And Elise will have to give support. Too short. And of course, it was there for the taking. More and more extras. More extras. The bowling department of Team Mozambique not well disciplined. Beautifully done. Runs are runs whichever way they come. And inside the edge and survives on that one. Gets a single to complete over number 45. 355 for 5. Allow the pill, the umpire moving away from the stumps. And Gihozo Elise again, he will be trying to go after the bowlers. Alberto Novella comes into bowl, having conceded 59, picked up 2 wickets. Can he get more? Not really. Elise, this time around, he will be coming back for the second. Not really. Samuel Irakoze denies that. Just a single to calm things. And can they get to 400? That is the question. And we can only find out, but it's still very, very possible. Having someone in with 60 runs on his name, that gives you a hint. Not well connected. They will go for just a single. Should be no balls. They are not getting back for the second. And Samuel will have to face the free hit. Can Samuel go for a scoop? Of which I feel he will try to go for the scoop. But this is the time to maximize on this particular delivery. Down the wicket, hits that, and they will settle for just a single. Now into the last 4.2 overs. Those will be wides. Number of extras should be that many. But still, this comes back to the start when you give away lives. And well executed. 4 runs it is for Samuel Irakoze. Down the wicket and beautifully done. Proper maximization of the loose ball with one more delivery to make it 4 overs left to complete the first innings. Beautifully done, and those should be no balls. And this time around, Gihozo Elize will be the one to face the free hit. How well can he maximize on that? Is it that the bowlers are tired? But again, it started way earlier. The discipline too short, goes down on one knee, hits that, and allows himself to sneak in just a single. And that will be the end of over number 46 with 4 more overs to come. How far can Team Rwanda go? 369 for 5. Hit hard. He is trying to get back for the second. Samuel will have to run quickly and arrive safely. Gihozo Elise. And the captain yet to get a wicket. Now into the 80s. 80 runs is what he conceded. conceding 80 runs. 81 now. Charles Manuel Mbebe, the captain, and now bowling his last over. Beautifully done. And look at that. What a shot that is. Knowing exactly where he needs to place that. Boundary it will be for Gihozo Elise. And the score moves. Beautiful looking shot. Ball watching at its best. Will settle for just a single. Now 25 more runs. It's actually 24 runs for Team Rwanda to get to 400 mark. And this is proper batting. You can't score 400 just like that. Beautiful looking shot. Finds a fielder in the deep. They'll comfortably get back for the second. Scoring 400 is not a joke. Not any team in the cricketing world you will see scoring 380 in a 50-over match, in a 50-over game. Oh, good Lord. Beautifully done. This time around, the ball didn't go to the boundary, but what a shot that was. And a single from that. 379 for 5 after 47 overs. 3 more overs to come. And people, the Abakambwe, have turned up to support the youngsters in the making. And of course, some of the players, national team players, and Samuel can easily get those singles in as well as boundaries because he has got so many options, scoring options. Has attempted to play scoop 4 times, 2 successful. Hits hard down the ground and a boundary it will be. And when Elise connects that, it stays connected. And guess what? The family has turned out again to support the young man. He is the vice captain. And now cruising, taking the team towards 400 mark. And for sure, no doubt, they will get there. False start from the bowler. And again, another bowler has been taken to the cleaners. Now cruising into the 80s. Runs conceded. Alberto Novella. How far can Team Rwanda go? Gyozo Elize and Samuel leading the charge. Dot ball it will be. Hits hard. Will find the fielder in the deep. Will this be a run-out opportunity? Not really, because Samuel Irakoze, after scoring 70 runs of 64, the energies are still up there. He is still running as if he just came in. The fitness levels are that high, which is very, very good. Elize, whatever he touches turns to gold. It is now a touch and go game. They want to get to 400 mark. Now, 13 runs away from getting to the 400 mark, with one more delivery to complete over number 48. Alberto running in. And those will be wides. Very confident Samuel Irakoze. Hits that one hard. They should race all the way. And for sure it does. It races all the way to the boundary. And still, he still has enough time to score more. No balls. And it was hit hard into the boundary. Beautifully done. And what a way to make your international debut at under 19 level and score a half century. How good would that be? Be it Cedric, be it Jasper Nziza, as well as Samuel Irakoze. And this will be free hit. Can he maximize on that? Not really, he doesn't. That will be a dot ball to end over number 48. 393 for 5. 7 runs, shying away from 400 mark is Team Rwanda. And Team Rwanda, very sure the coaches should be proud wherever they're sitting. Coach Bryson, the head coach, will be very proud of what the batting department has done this morning, as well as the assistant coach, Anselme Mugisha, as well as, of course, the team manager, Landry Rurangwa. They will be very, very proud of what they've done, the preparation, whatever they went through, because there is no way you can display such batting performances just like that out of nowhere. Lucky enough, they've gone to Entebbe to play the High Performance Cup. That boosted their morale going forward. Having played 5 50-over games, won just one game against Uganda under-19. Came back, played the emerging side, played 7 games, won 3. Beautiful looking shot. Take a look at that. The pose. The pose. I'm telling you, that's a lovely, lovely stroke. Look at that. Gets in the line and strikes that one powerfully and earns himself a boundary. That is the vice captain making sure that he gets the team to 400 mark, only 3 runs away from achieving that. Oh, good Lord. And what a way to get to 400. Look at that. And it is the vice captain, Gihozo Elise, goes hard on that one and smashes that one for a maximum. Beautiful looking shot. Look at that. Given the ball enough elevation to get over the lob. And Gihozo Elise. And he keeps going. This time around, gets a single. And the score reads 404. And now 49 overs done. Last 6 deliveries. And guess what? Who is keeping the strike is the vice captain, Elise, who is now on 30. And Team Rwanda under 19 making history here at the magnificent Gahanga Cricket Stadium, making it the highest team total that has ever been scored by any team. 400 with 6 balls to spare. 6 more balls to come. Long off, long on in place. Deep fine leg. As well as the third man. As well as a deep mid wicket in place. Last over. And the last over will be bowled by a spinner. And Elise Gihozo comes down the ground, hits that one hard, will have to come back for the second. And They get 2. 5 more balls to come. Elise pushing, but Samuel still wants to push for more. Fielding now turns out to be very tight at the end. Over the infield, can they get back for the second? And for sure, they settle for just a double. With 3 more deliveries to come. And beautifully done. Oh, good Lord. Some footballing skills in the deep by the busiest fielder from the since morning. He's been very, very busy. Shot number 27. And now Samuel Irakoze, having thought that that was going to be a boundary, but it was denied. Can they get back? Not really. Just a single. And that will be it for Team Rwanda. The applause from the dugout, from everyone around Gahanga who had turned up to watch this particular encounter at Gahanga A. And a standing ovation from the dugout, the coaches, the players, and everyone around as Team Rwanda finishes on 411, a massive total, and a fighting total for Team Rwanda. And a huge mountain to climb for Team Mozambique, and it will be their turn this afternoon to go on and chase down the score. We'll be right here. We still have some time. It is the ICC Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup Africa Qualifier Division 2. And 3 sports are at stake for 3 teams to qualify for Division 1 at the end of this tournament. And we will be coming back shortly after the lunch break for the ranches.
Respect. 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 respect.
A Six Nations tournament. 3 teams to be promoted to Division 1 to play, competing for that one spot to the World Cup. And Team Rwanda, having won the toss in the morning and opted to have a bat first, and posting 411. 412 is the runs needed to win. Patrick Iradukunda to open the bowling from the airport end. First ball up. And first ball, he is a dot ball. The 2 opening batters for Team Mozambique, the captain Nziza Jasper is the wicket keeper, having 2 slips in place, first and second slip. And Patrick Iradukunda starting things off in style, attacking the Timbers, asking so many questions to the stumps. And of course, the two batters will be eyeing at trying to go after the score. A big mountain to climb. But again, they are very, very ready to go on and try. Oh, good Lord! Do not tell me, because Irakoze Samuel taking a bang. Such a lovely take in the fast slips. And hold on, we'll have to take a look at that one again on the replays. No ways. The future stars in the making. And no wonder and no doubt this should be the catch of the tournament. Beautiful looking catch. Fast slips, gave it a dive, and made sure the ball got stuck in the hands. Actually, a one-handed catch. Beautifully done, beautifully bowled to give Rwanda a go with 1 wicket. What a picture of a delivery. And of course, the morale of Team Rwanda. The runs column says nothing. The wickets column, 1 wicket down into the first over. 412 is what Mozambique will need to win from 296 balls. And that first wicket, if we get lucky to have it on the replays and see and take a look at that diving catch, the effort itself, the will of wanting that to be beautifully done. And what an over this is. A maiden wicket. What a start from Iradukunda Patrick. Such a lovely, lovely thing to see. Youngsters making sure that they leave nothing behind, putting in their all and making sure that the team gets across the line. In the morning, it was the batters' job to score runs. This time round, it's up now to the bowlers to take the team home. Jean-Paul Rukundo will be the bowler to bowl from the pavilion end. Manuel Eduardo Mbembe Jr. will be on strike. No balls. It is well indicated by the umpire, Patrick Makumbi, all the way from Kampala, Uganda. Not a good start. Not a good start from the young man, Jean-Paul Rukundo. Dot ball it will be. Just that it was a free hit. Dropping that one, it will cause no harm going forward. And in the morning, we talked about Gahanga being the hub for so many cricketers in the country, be it in the national team men, national team women, as well as under 19s, both men and women. Gahanga has been has been doing so good from way back when Gahanga Cricket Stadium were initiated in the first place. You've been seeing talents coming through the system all through. And again, not about just Gahanga, not about being Gahanga, but players from all over the country have been progressing from from one level to another in terms of their growth in the game of cricket. Because if you take a look at Samuel Irakoze from the western part, Rubavu, as well as Eric Hagenimana Kwizera Fabrice, again from the northern part of Rwanda, Rurindo, Kinihira, the area itself has produced so many cricketers in the country in all age category teams and senior teams. And that simply shows how the development programs are working and will be beautifully done in the deep by Patrick Iradukunda. And they will settle for just a single. And earlier on, you've got to give yourself the chance. Just try and put the stumps into play. Got to start attacking from the word go, asking so many questions. False start from Jean-Paul Rukundo. Manuel Eduardo. Goes for a pull and Eduardo registers his first boundary. Opens his runs account. And again, boundary account for Team Mozambique. Slight, was it an inside edge? Not very sure, but he played it. And that goes all the way to the boundary. Over number 2, done as Patrick will head back to bowl the second over of his and the third over of the inning. Patrick Iradukunda starts off the second over with a dot ball, with the run rate required being 8.4, and the current run rate is 3.2. Beautifully done, asking so many questions. Patrick being very tight in terms of the lines and lengths. Again, an outside edge and through the gap, and it runs all the way to the boundary. The second boundary for Team Mozambique. Beautifully bowled. And Giozo Elise in sleeps, not doing justice for himself and the team. Gave it a dive, but the dive goes in vain, just like that. Asking so many questions is Patrick. And that's what you need all through. Lucky enough, they had a very, very healthy power play in the morning. And at this particular stage of the game, they were for no loss. 11 runs now on board. And another good over from Patrick Radukunda that went for just 4 runs, picked up that 1 wicket, and the score reads 11 for 1 after 3. Jean-Paul Rukundo starting off with a dot ball, and the very next ball a false start, and he had to get back. Way outside of stump, and by all means, anything outside of stump, you give yourself a chance to stay and at least bat for long, and that is the longer versions. In the air, and Eric Hagenimana not giving himself a chance. It was there, but gave it a dive. Good effort in the end, but misses that and gave away a double. So lovely to see that bowlers very well disciplined this time round. I mean, it's still very early yet to decide on what happens next. And that will be it. Anything outside of stump, you leave and you let it go. Two runs conceded in the over, with one more delivery to complete. Over number 4. Again, same ball, same results, and 4 overs done, 13 for 1. The pavilion, people coming through to support. Again, here watching the game Rwanda against Mozambique. The coaches, some parents up there in the pavilion came to support their kids, which is something very, very good. You always need the partners to come through, and the partners are the parents, of course. Some teachers where the kids or the players go to school. And it's always so nice to keep that relationship. Patrick comes back. Outside off stump. Onesme in the covers. Not able to pick that ball at once and allowing Carlos Sergio to pick up a double. Carlos and Eduardo both on 7 runs off 12. 7 off 12 apiece as Iradukunda Patrick comes in with a third delivery. An appeal, allowed appeal. The umpire thinks otherwise. There is nothing on that. And the sun has come out nicely here in Kigali at Gahanga. Of course, Rwanda in the dry season, and hoping to see all games being played. All games being played, unlike when it's in April or December, where you get to say that the games might not go through all of them. This time round, in the dry season, this is when now cricket should be played. But like they say, when it comes to cricket and rain, they all go together. Cleans him over is Patrick Iradukunda. He has been looking forward to that. He has been trying so hard. The ball was trying to move away from the batter. This time round, the batter got beaten, and the Timbers, look at that. Beautifully bowled, straight, full and straight, and the Timbers are scattered. 2 wickets down, 15 runs on board after 5 overs. Emerson joins Eduardo as Jean-Paul Rukundo comes in to bowl his 3rd over, and over number 6 of the 2nd innings. And Manuel Eduardo Mbebe Jr., 17 of 13. Into the block hole, and Eduardo will have to survive on that one. And the more you keep attacking, the more you allow the batters to make mistakes. And that's what you always need to try. That's what you always need to look at. Stumps into play, and that allows the batters to try. And that exactly. Three dot balls in a row, and 3 more to come. Opting to go for a cut, misses that with 2 more deliveries to come to complete over number 6. The score not moving at all. The batters not allowing themselves to keep the scoreboard ticking. For as long as you need to play 50 overs, for as long as you need to stay in for some time. But again, when you have been given a total on board to chase, which is 400, you've got to be right at it from the word go. Because 400 runs is never a joke. So you've got to try by all means to get a bit closer. Current run rate reads 2.5, and the asking rate is closer to 9. So that gives you an idea of what Mozambique batters will have to do going forward. And a maiden over from Jean-Paul Rukundo, 15 runs for 2 after 6. Emerson Rita, if you look at the intent of the Mozambique batters, not showing the intent of scoring runs, but to push overs, which is okay because it gives you a chance to bat long. But again, how about the scoreboard now? False start from Patrick, having picked 2 wickets, conceded 6 runs, and now bowling his 4th over. Cleans him over is Patrick. And Patrick gets his 3rd as Mozambique under 19 men's lose another. Another one bites the dust for Mozambique. And 15 for 3 after 6.3 overs. Patrick cruising, look at that. The batter moving away from the line of the ball, and top of off, the timbers are scattered. Beautifully done. Patrick Radukunda keeps asking questions. And in the first 10 overs, you really need to be attacking all through. Asking so many questions to the stumps. And here, spin is not favoring the spin bowlers. A slight edge, and Irakoze Samuel, who had taken that catch of the tournament so far, stops that one and not allowing anything to go through. Another maiden wicket for Iradukunda Patrick, having conceded 6 runs from 5 overs and picked up 3 wickets. 7 overs done, 15 for 3. Jean-Paul Rukundo comes in to bowl over number 8. Jean-Paul runs in. An edge, and that runs all the way to the boundary. Another chance in the slips. And Samuel, take a look at that. Oh, that goes through the hands and runs all the way to the boundary. And the score moves to 19. The bowlers being very tight. Again, that's very, very unfortunate when runs like those, when boundaries like these keeps leaking just like that. But again, cleans him over. And now, this time round, Jean-Paul Rukundo earns himself a wicket. Rukundo Jean-Paul gets his man. Look at that. Beautifully done. Beautifully bowled. The leg stump is down. And all the deliveries that Jean-Paul Rukundo have bowled, so many of them were a bit outside of stump. Anything that came into the stumps, trying to ask those questions, they were very, very good balls. Like what Patrick Redukunda has done way before, making sure that he keeps asking questions. The intent of scoring runs is not that high. That simply gives the bowling department a chance of getting such breakthroughs. After that boundary, and a wicket is down. 19 for 4 after 7.4 overs. Solid defense from Charles Manuel Mbebe, and that is the captain himself now bringing himself in. And more no balls from Jean-Paul Rukundo. We'll have to rebowl that, and of course that will be free hit. Can Charles Manuel Mbebe, can he maximize on this opportunity? that is hit hard. And did it go miles? And yes, it is a maximum. Maximum number one for Team Mozambique, as Charles Emmanuel Bebe maximize on that particular free hit, and it goes miles for a maximum 26 for 4 after 8 overs. Patrick Dukunda starts off with a dot ball, then a wide delivery. Will he keep hitting those lines that got him 3 wickets? False start from him. More and more dot balls, and of course, Rwanda, the bowlers will be very okay with it, as in runs are not going through. The asking rate now has gone to 9.2 with the current run rate of 3.2, of which I feel is not good enough to Team Mozambique. Will need to try and get more runs in, get the scoreboard ticking, and then you start from there. Another wide delivery from Patrick. Dot after every dot after dot is Patrick Radukunda bowling his fifth over. And again, apart from those two wide deliveries that he bowled, the rest are dot balls. Last delivery, another wide, and he is only one ball away from completing over number 9. And at times when you bowl seem bowling 5-6 overs on the trot, it is always a tiresome, but you've got to get ready for it. As in, he has been doing so well from the start. An appeal, but it might have been the pads, not the bat. And such a lovely take behind the stumps from the skipper himself. And 9 overs done at 29 for 4. A run out chance. Straight direct hit from Eric Haginimana, but the captain, Charles Manuel Bembe, had arrived way earlier. It is Rukundo Jean-Paul to continue from the pavilion end. And 3 dot balls in a row from Jean-Paul Rukundo. Again, bowling way outside off stump. Not sure if it's going to be effective unless the batter tries to go for a cut, looking for that nick, or asking questions to the stumps all through. Can this be a maiden over? Being a maiden, there is no harm in that, as in these overs will come in here and there. Still have a lot of time to go on and a lot of time to stay and be able to score some runs, of course. White ball it will be. Exchange of bowling from the airport end. Gilbert Tangishaka comes in to bowl from the airport end. It is 10 overs done. End of the power play. The first power play, 32 for 4. And of course, 380 more runs needed from 240 balls, 240 balls. And Hitangishaka starts off with a delivery into the block hole and trying to ask questions to the stumps. How long will they go on just like that with the current run rate of 3 when the asking rate is 9, closer to 10? Beautifully done, effortless, and that runs all the way to the boundary. The captain sneaks in a boundary, a much needed one for Team Mozambique. Can they get more? Can they at least keep the strike rotation going? Just on the pads. Still going down the leg, and extras starts to come in. And Patrick, after he bowled that previous over number 5, had bowled 3 of them, 3 extras. Rukundo Jean Paul as well had bowled a few of them. Would that be a chance? Not really. The throw was just not accurate enough. Not the best of the deliveries from Tangishaka Gilbert. 2 more to complete over number 1 of his as over number 11 comes to an end. And I wonder who will be coming into ball over number 12 from the other end, from the pavilion end. Again, outside of stump will not do much because all you need is trying to break or to get a breakthrough. The partnership of the 2 batters is not that high, it's not that big, but the more you get to spend some time in there with a partner, of course, the more you give yourself a chance. Single to end over number 11. 39 for 4. Introduction of a spin bowling. Mugisha is a Bruce coming in from the pavilion end. And it starts off nicely with a dot ball, but have bowled that one down the leg. Quick spin. Again, it's a wicket that is not turned. Gisha is there, Bruce. That quick spin, not allowing the batters to go through. Beautifully done from the all round. The batter, Jose Julio, having scored only 1 run of 18 deliveries. And more, 19 deliveries, 1 run on his name, and maiden over. Maiden over from Mugisha Izere Bruce, as the coaches in the dugout there with the analyst, the head coach, Kenneth Wiyingo Bryson, the assistant coach, Anselme Mugisha, as well as physio of the team, having a chat about what is really going on. Seeing the team doing what Team Rwanda is doing this afternoon, as well as in the morning. There's no way you shouldn't be proud of what you have done as a technical team, as a team management. Tangshaka Gilbert comes in from the airport end. Beautifully done. War ball to full. And the captain, Charles, driven that through the covers. And Onesme does the fielding and does it beautifully. Extras, still extras coming in. Jehozo Elise, as well as Eric getting closer to Gilbert. Beautiful, beautiful pitch over delivery, that is. And on the other side, Ghana versus Sierra Leone in IPRC Kigali Cricket Club. Ghana posted 265 all out in 49 overs, as well as Sierra Leone now on the chase, 42 for 1 after 16 overs. And on top of that, Ground B, Gahanga B, Uganda on the chase, 66 for 2 after 19.2 overs, and needing 111 runs to win from 184 balls. Through the gap, and this time round it is racing all the way to the boundary. Boundary it is. Boundary number 3 for the captain, Charles. And a boundary that took forever to come, but a much, much needed one. Look at that. It's the timing, the placement, beautiful. And Gilbert turns out to be expensive out of all the other bowlers, having conceded 12 so far. Now bowling his second over. And that will be a single to end over number 13. 13 overs done, 45 for 4. Mugisha comes back. Under normal circumstances, that is a loose ball. And Charles Manuel Mbebe, an appeal. A chance not taken, because the throw at short fine leg from Patrick wasn't that accurate, wasn't right. Mugisha is at a Bruce, not giving anything away, not allowing the batters to think of another option but a defensive. Even Charles Manuel, the captain, has gotten 14 runs from boundaries. The rest, 4 more runs, they were singles. That simply means he's not attempting to go after bowlers. He's trying to occupy the crease for long, as Mugisha is at a Bruce finishes his second over, conceded only 1 run, and at the end of 14 overs, 46 for 4. Beautifully done, beautifully played. The ball races all the way to the boundary. Eric Hagenimana Eric comes into ball, and not the welcome he needed. The placement was very good from the captain. Boundary number 4 on his name. Eric Hagenimana. How well can he get back? Three dot balls in a row from Eric Hagenimana. Captain trying to punch that through the gap, through the covers. Misses that one to make it 4 in a row. 4 dot balls in a row with one more to come. Beautifully done, very well bowled. Ending his first over and over number 15 with a dot ball. 50 for 4 after 15. Bruce comes back to bowl his third as well as over number 16. Mugisha is at a Bruce at his best, bowling his third, having conceded only 2 runs. Beautifully done. The Mozambique batters not trying to even attempt to run. Nothing, just the intent is just to push the overs. But you should always be giving yourself a chance. As in, 50 overs is a test of character, is a test of skill, is a test of patience and resilience. So you've got to be able to work yourself around and make something work. As in, work on your skill. How do you get off strike? Flighted delivery. Five dot balls in a row. And one more delivery to come. A run out opportunity, and it is taken for sure. It will be taken. That happens a lot of time when spending so much time in the middle is good, but you've got to spend that much time in there when you're trying to score some runs. Jose is dismissed and will have to depart, scoring one run on his name, having faced 28 deliveries. And take a look at that, the intent of scoring. That was Elise Gihozo, and it was beautifully done. 51 for 5 after 16, and it is the drinks break. We'll get back shortly. Eric Hagenimana to continue from the airport end. Over number 17 running. The captain, Charles Manuel Bebe, 22 of 27, willing to stay in for as much as he can. And when he tries to score runs, when he tries to score goals, he's looking for those loose balls all through. How, as a bowler, you've got to be able to stay in your lane and allow the batter to make a mistake. Up in the air, this will not be taken, but it will be stopped. Very, very well done by Yozo Elise, and very good arm in the deep. A double is what they managed. Up in the air, and it is taken. This time round, it is the captain. The captain will have to depart. Charles Manuel Bebe, 24 of 32 deliveries. And Mugisha Izede Bruce does the fielding at point region, takes the catch comfortably as the score moves to 53 for 6 after 17 overs. That's up in the air, and that should have gone miles. And a maximum, one away to get off the mark. Beautifully hit. Cristiano Anselmo getting off the mark in style with a maximum. Wasting no time. And look at that. It should be 2-2. One bounce into the boundary. 4 runs it is. Cristiano not wasting so much time here. Beautifully done. And back-to-back boundaries. How long can you do that is the question. And hits that one powerfully, beautifully, over the infield, over, mid-off for another boundary. Mugisha Izere Bruce goes for 3 boundaries in the over, with 2 more deliveries to come. And yet to see who gets the last laugh. And the keeper not able to take that, and they are wide, 3 wide. And this over is one of those overs. A dot ball it will be, as Anselmo announcing himself. 3 boundaries in the over. Up in the air. Will this be taken? And it will be taken. And Mugisha Izele Bruce gets the last laugh. Beautifully done. And the question was, how long can you do that? Bruce, beautifully done. And the field changes immediately. Immediately does the things, does the rest. It is 70 runs for 7 in 18 overs. Gihozo Elise comes into the attack from the airport end. Swing and miss. Shot number 18. And looking at the intent, immediately the captain deploys Kwizera Fabrice in the deep at long on. Just one fielder outside the inner ring. Swing and a miss. The keeper not holding on to that one. Giving away buys is the captain himself. And Rodriguez comes on strike, swings, gets nothing, goes straight into mid-wicket region for a single. The two batters, the intent is very clear. They're here to hit the ball. Hits that one, a loose ball, and it is clobbered all the way to the boundary. The ball dipping down the leg and allows the batter to go across the line, meeting the ball, dispatches that into the boundary. This time round, deploys Irakoze Samuel at deep square leg, which is a very, very good move. Still trying to go for more, but Gihozo Elise finishes his first over, conceding only 4 runs and 75 for 7 after 19 overs. Gisha, is it a Bruce coming back? Cristiano Jose gets off the mark, gets a single after facing 4 deliveries. Mugisha not allowing any batter to get off a strike, having deployed now the cow corner long on long off. Buying wickets is Mugisha. Now a flighted delivery, having only 3 fielders patrolling the boundary at this particular stage of the game. Flight delivery. The keeper, Jasper, the captain, not doing justice to Mugisha. Is it a Bruce? 4 dot balls in a row. 1 more delivery to complete over number 20. How well can Mugisha decide to close off the over? Flight delivery? Not really. Dot ball it is. 76 for 7 after 20 overs. Elise Gihozo. That's up in the air. Will this be an opportunity? And it is taken, beautifully taken, comfortably in the dip. And that is none other than shot number 30, Fabrice Quizera. And it was beautifully done. The presence of mind, knowing that the catch is coming, the hat off, but kept the focus, kept watching the ball into the hands. The hat off, kept watching the ball into the hands, and comfortably taken. 76 for 8 in 20.3 overs. Diozo Elise. Alberto now gets in, joining Rodriguez. And two more deliveries to complete the over. Can this be another maiden wicket? And for sure it is. 21 overs done, 76 for 8 after 21. After the departure of the captain, Charles, now the next batters trying to look for those runs, trying to see if they can spend some time in the crease. But again, the Rwanda bowlers, Bruce Mugisha as well as Gihozo, not allowing them to sneak in some runs. Much needed. But again, the biggest part is how do you get them? How do you get those runs? Flighted delivery. Mugisha is at a Bruce that is buying wickets. But as long as you get the wickets, then you're good to go. Just playing to survive here is Rodriguez. And of course, waiting for those loose balls. An appeal. The umpire says nothing. Is varying the pace? Some days back, he used, when the pitch is turning, when the pitch is turning, he even tends to bowl off spin, leg spin, off spin, leg spin. Then from there, you have to be at your best. You have to be able to read what kind of a delivery is coming. And one run conceded, and that one run was a wide. 77 for 8 after 22 overs. Some national team players, the senior men, have pitched up to support the young ones, as well as the general manager, Rwanda Cricket Association. Cleans him over is Elise Gihozo, registering his second wicket. As Alberto, beautiful looking delivery. Look at the turn through the gate, and the timbers were scattered. 77 for 9 after 22.3 overs. And Gyozo Elize, having bowled 3 balls, 3 more to come. Will he be the one to finish things off in style in the next 3 balls? Elise Gihozo. One more delivery to complete the over is Elise Gihozo. And that takes us to the end of over number 23. One more ball to come. Pardon. The umpires decides it's the end of the over. 23 overs done, 77 for 9. Rwanda needing 1 wicket to win. With the runs required, the asking rate is 12.4 and going at 3.3, which is not good enough to take them somewhere. Mugisha is at a Bruce, flighted delivery, loose ball, was not punished at all, and now the captain brings everyone inside as Cedric comes in the eyes of the batter. The keeper gives that one away. They will settle for just a single. Will Gisha Ivere Bruce do anything different to give Rwanda a win this afternoon? Flighted delivery, hit hard. There is protection in the dip. Gilbert Tangishaka, good arm. With one last delivery to complete the over. Same field. Now Onesme comes in front of the batter. Lazy in the outfield there by the Rwanda team fielders, allowing the batters to sneak in a single. And 50 in the morning game, Mozambique fielders gave away so many chances. Almost every batter who managed to walk into bat had given a chance, but very, very few were taken. And going into a 50-over game, fielding should be very handy all through. Gihozo Elise comes in. And we'll start with a dot ball. Beautifully done. And Carlos making sure that he keeps his wicket all through. How long can he go? Carlos doing what the team needs him to do exactly. Pushing the overs, going. But how far? And how long can you keep doing that? That's hit, one bounce to Quizera Fabrice. Gets nothing, and Maiden over here. 25 overs done. 8-1 for 9. Halfway. 25 more overs to come. Gisha Izere Bruce and Gihozo Elise trying to get that one wicket, that last wicket. Flighted delivery. The ball rolls, but does no harm to the stumps. Flighted delivery. Missed stamping, but the umpire says there is nothing. Three in a row from Mugisha, with two more to come. An appeal, the umpire nodding his head that there is nothing. And one more delivery. And for sure, Carlos is there to stay all day long. 26 overs done, 82 for 9. Now yet to see who gets the last wicket. The captain decides to deploy in the premier bowler, Patrick Iradukunda, who had bowled 5 overs, conceded just 9 runs, picked up 3 wickets. Can he get his 4th? Not really. Goes down the leg. And very good effort behind the stumps by the keeper. Patrick and the rest of the guys and Patrick running in. Patrick, dotted delivery. Rodriguez, 22 balls faced, 7 runs on his name. Carlos, 16 balls faced, 2 runs on his name. Still, they can do better. Beautifully done. What a shot that is. Now into the block hole. Too full. And the way that shot was played, look at that. Goes across the line. The timing was there. Timing sprim. And that goes all the way for a boundary. A long, long waited boundary had finally arrived. With one more delivery to come, how is he going to finish? Finishes with a dot ball. Patrick bowling 6 overs, conceding 15 runs, picked up 3 wickets. Those early 3 wickets. And 27 overs done, 88 for 9. Mugisha being trusted to be given another over. How far will Mozambique go? And how long will it take Rwanda to take the last wicket? To be announced winners of today's encounter. Again, the skipper as well as the wicket keeper not doing justice to Mugisha Izere Bruce. from the start. And that will be it. That will be it for Team Mozambique as Rwanda registers their first victory in the tournament on the very first day, starting off in style with a win. As Mugisha Izere Bruce registers his second wicket. And Rwanda under 19. Rwanda under 19 men's winning the game by 322 runs. Very, very good effort from the batting department that allowed Rwanda to finish on 411 for 5 in their whole allotted 50 overs. Mozambique, after 27.2 overs, they were on 89 all out. That's what they managed to put up on board, with Manuel Eduardo Mbebe Jr. scoring 11 of 22, as well as the captain scoring 24 of 32, and Rodriguez 11 of 26. 17 extras is what Team Rwanda had managed to give away in 27.2 overs. And with the bowling scorecard, Patrick Radukunda with the pick of the day with 3 wickets, 15 runs in 6 overs, with an economy of 2.5, as well as Mugisha Izere Bruce, 2 wickets, 27 runs in 8.2 overs, as well as Gihozo Elize, 2 wickets, 4 runs conceded in 4 overs. Eric, as well as Jean-Paul Rukundo, 1 wicket apiece. With the match summary, Jasper Nziza, the captain, 84 of 61. Samuel Irakoze, again, 78 of 69. Cedric Chuzozo, 60 of 33, were the guys who scored big for Team Rwanda. With the ball, Manuel Eduardo Mbebe Jr., 2 for 78. The biggest was Alberto Novella, 87 is what he conceded in 10 overs. Picked up only 2 wickets. And Rwanda goes home victorious on day 1 with a win by 322 runs. And that will be it, as we get back to you live shortly at the post-match presentation.
Respect. 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 Respect.
Welcome to the post-match presentation. The first game of the day, Rwanda up against Mozambique. Rwanda winning the toss and opting to bat first, posting 411, and in response, Mozambique managed 89 all out in 27 overs. And I will first have a word with the losing captain. Please come through. Tough lines and take us through your game, sir.
The first thing, congratulations for my team, and congratulations for the team Rwanda to win a game today. They have more discipline. They win the game today. Yeah. So.
And anything that you would love to add on going forward? What are you guys going to correct going forward?
We go to relax the finger and the match for tomorrow. We try to have more discipline and the match tomorrow.
And all the very best in your remaining games.
Thank you.
All right. The winning captain, please come up. Jasper, congratulations on your first win.
Thank you.
You're going to take us through your game.
So today I want us. I'll just bat first because my squad was included the 6 batters. So it means we have to set many runs. I said before we want to set 250, and we ordered 161. Yeah, and we scored 411.
It was a big score and a big total for Team Rwanda. But again, what do you say about the performances of your team, of your batters?
So today we tried to build partnership. Every partnership was required to play 15 overs. Maybe one partnership achieved it, and that's it.
And congratulations on your half century in the tournament, and all the very best in your future games.
Thank you.
All right, the player of the match award will be presented by the third umpire, Elisio. And the player of the match, I will first talk about some notable performances. Chizozo Cedric, a half century, as well as Irakoze Samuel, and the captain, Jasper, half centuries. But the player of the match will be someone who bowled 4 overs, 3 maidens, conceded 4 runs, and picked up 2 wickets. With the bat, 35 of 24 balls, Elise Gihozo. Elise, congratulations on your Player of the Match award.
Thank you.
Please take us through your game and what you think you contributed towards today's win.
I think first of all, I think I bought this game in the plan of our team, my team. So in batting side, I try to bat because our top others they try to breed up partnerships, and me also I'm come to finish. Yeah, I try to play a finisher. Yeah, thank you.
And you did it very well. And please, one more thing. How were you feeling seeing your family, your sisters around came to support you?
First of all, I'm surprised because I don't have any information will come to support me. Thank you so much for us. Everyone is here. I appreciate.
Well done, and win more player of the match awards going forward.
Thank you.
You've had it. That was it for the day, as Rwanda winning the game by 322 runs, and that will be it. Signing out, Adele Tuyizere.